কি পছন্দ করবে?
এই যে মোহনা, তুমি শুরুতে নেগেটিভ চিন্তা ভাবনা করছো, মানে পান খাওয়ার আগে চুনটা দিতাম।
শোনো, শুরুতে নেগেটিভ চিন্তা করা ভালো, তাহলে পরে দুঃখ কম পেতে হয়।
ওই শুদ্ধতার কথা বাদ দাও তো। এখন বিয়েটা ভালো মতো হয়ে গেলে আপাতত অনেক কথা বেঁচে যায়।
আচ্ছা, এই আপাদুল্লাহ ভাইকে কিভাবে জানাবে, মানে ফোনে?
কি বলো, এইসব কথা কি ফোনে তোলা হয় নাকি? আমি নিজে যাব।
আচ্ছা শোনো, আমিও যাবো। আচ্ছা, ওই ছেলেটা কি যেন পরে বললে?
কি যে করে সেটা বলতে পারবো না, তবে সিভিতে চলে যাও। কোম্পানির এমডি, বড় লোকের ছেলে, তাই ছোট ছেলে সে সব কোম্পানির এমডি। বুঝো না, রাজনীতির রাজত্ব।
তাহলে তো আমাদের লতা আর লতা থাকবে, হয়ে যাবে স্বর্ণলতা, রাজার সাথে ধন। বাহ, আমার তো ভাবতেই ভীষণ ভালো লাগছে। আচ্ছা, ছেলের নাম যেন কি বললে?
আবি।
ও আচ্ছা আচ্ছা, এবার যদি এই পরিবারের সাথে লতার বিয়েটা হয়ে যায় তাহলে খুব ভালো হয়। আমাদের আর ওই ফ্যামিলিটাকে দেখতে হবে না, ওরা মোটামুটি নিজেরাই ওয়েল এস্টাবলিশ করতে পারবে।
লতা, হ্যাঁ তুই যাস? আমি বাচ্চাদের স্কুলে যাই মা, অনেকদিন হচ্ছে যাই না তো। আচ্ছা তাহলে আশা কত কিছু বাজার করতে পারবি? মালটা খাইতে গেছে। মালটা খাওয়া যাবো? আচ্ছা ঠিক আছে, কয় কেজি আনবো? 2 কেজি। টাকা দেবো? এই যে 2 কেজি হবে এটাতে?
যতটুকু হয় নিয়ে আসিস বাবা।
আচ্ছা ঠিক আছে, আমি যাই। আর তুমি কিন্তু মনে করে বাবাকে দুপুরের ওষুধটা খাওয়াবা, এটা কিন্তু ভাত খাওয়ার আগে।
আচ্ছা ঠিক আছে, আমি খাওয়াই দেবো। আর তুই তাড়াতাড়ি ফিরে আসিস কিন্তু। আচ্ছা
তাহলে সুখবরটা চলো বাবাকে দেই। বাবা, ওরা বিয়েতে যারা অত বড়াই করবো না, অত বড়াই ভালো না।
এসব কি কথা বলছো তুমি?
আমরা একটা মেয়ে দেখি। তাহলে আগামী সপ্তাহে যাই। যাওয়া যায়।
আগামী সপ্তাহ বলছো কেন? কালকে তো শুক্রবার, কালকেই যাই। এত জলদি? শুভটাকে দেরি করছি। আচ্ছা মা, আবিরকে কি সঙ্গে নেবো? কি বলিস তুই? আবির সঙ্গে যাবে না? অবশ্যই যাবে।
না বুঝতো, এইভাবে আসলে হবে না। কিন্তু আমিও বুঝতেছি কি করবো বল। চেষ্টা তো কোনো ছুটি করলাম না। ঢাকা থেকে আসলাম, এত কষ্ট করে খুঁজতেছি, বাট না খুঁজছি, আমি নিজে খুঁজছি সেটা তুই দেখতে পাচ্ছিস। আসলে সুবর্ণগ্রামটা এত বড় একটা গ্রাম বন্ধু, শুধুমাত্র একটা নামকে ভিত্তি করে খুঁজে পাওয়াটা না খুব কঠিন। আমি তোকে অনেক পেনে ফেলে দিলাম না। যা কি বলছিস তুই, পার্সোনাল লিখছিস। ওকে যদি খুঁজে পাই তাহলে আমারও ভালো লাগবে। কি করবো, আমার না মাথা কাজ করতেছে না। টেনশন করিস না, পাবো পাবো, অবশ্যই পাবো। আপা,
তোরা
এই জেলাটাকে দেখতে চলে আসলাম।
ও সবাই ভালো, সবাই
So yeah, you can use this on multiple websites. we're working with Python. We can say pip install requests and bs4. All right, I'm going to explain what these two things do. So install those two. After you do that, we can import, let's say import requests. And what this basically does is we can get a page, we can access a URL, so it's maybe Amazon, and we can pull out the actual data from that website. Okay, so all I'm going to do is I'm going to say URL, and that's equal to, and what I use is this from Amazon.de. You can see here it is, there's so many 7. You can get this one too, and Amazon.de. I think it's the first or second link if you want to follow along with exactly this. Yeah, I mean, we can paste this back right now. Now, not every website is going to work with web scraping. Some blockers and nope, this one works. So this is the one we're going to use. Okay, that's the first thing. The second thing I want is headers. I want to set this to the dictionary here. That's the user agent, right? This is just basically gives us some information about our browser. And we need to pass this into a header. So how can you get it? You can search for my user agent. You can just copy this and paste it in. So let me just paste this in here. Like so. Perfect. The second thing that we have now, we can actually make the call. We can say page equals to requests. Alright, the library that we're using, get, and I can get the URL. And the second argument is going to be requests equal, not requests, my bad, headers equal to the headers. Okay, that's it. That's all we need. Perfect. And this actually returns all the data from our website. Now what Beautiful Soup does for us is we can parse it and we can pull out individual items from it. So I can say from PS4 import Beautiful Soup. And now here from JavaScript it is very simple. The import will go from, well, and Python. Okay, so once we have that, soup, I can set this equal to Beautiful Soup, passing page.content, and the second string called HTML.parse. Alright, this is going to parse everything for us, and now we can actually pull out individual pieces of information. If you want to see what this did, actually, we can actually show you. You can say print soup, and there's a method called pretty font. On this, we can call scraper.python scraper.python. On this, take a look. Oh my goodness. Hackerman. It's not stopping. It's just like my mental state. Okay. So there we go. Take a look. We have a lot of divs here with spans and everything. I don't know. Amazon is crazy, and we're just gonna close this up. Okay. So what we can do is we can go back here, press F12, and we can just pull out any data we want. I can hit this icon here, click on this. Take a look. We have a span with the product title. How can I pull that information out? I can create a div here called, not the div, a variable called title. I can just say soup.com. Alright, and you have a lot of different ones that you can experiment with. As you can see, you can have name, attributes, and you can have class in here. You can also put a class, and we can also put like product title, because that's named there. Now this actually, if you bring this out, this actually brings me to the div. Take a look, we have a span here, and span with the actual information, and there's a lot of empty white spaces for some reason. Amazon, what you doing? I'm not sure. Okay, so to actually get the text, we can dot text here. Alright, that's all we're going to do. Text, but we still have that problem of having a lot of empty spaces here, as you can see. So we can actually script that out as well. And how do you do that? Script, I just said it. So there we go. Another Python script. Take a look. Get back to Sony Alpha, blah blah blah. Perfect. Now I don't actually need this, but hey, why not? Let's have it here. What I actually want to have is the price. So let's analyze the price. click on the price, it has an ID on price block our price. So that's exactly what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna say price is equal to sue.find. I'm gonna say ID equal to price block our price. And make sure you don't misspell this, and we can also extract the text here and get the text. Now the problem here is that this is actually a string, right? And we cannot really compare values and compare numbers to strings. So how can we do that? Well, first of all, what I can do is I can add a converted price, set that equal to, and I can just extract the first 5 characters, right? So I can say price, and these great brackets and say 0 to 5. All this does is it checks the first 5. So it's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it only extracts this information. It doesn't extract these dots, 99, with the zeros as well. Alright, so if we also log this out, print converted price. Let's take a look at what we have. Run this, and it's going to give us back 1.989. Otherwise, it will give us back 1.989.99 and a euro symbol. Okay, so that's why we did this. So we only have back the first 5 characters, but it's still a string, which is not good. So what we can do is we can add a float here, wrap this around in a float, and now it turns it into a float. If you don't know what a float is, well, basically an integer, an int is a whole number, so like 5, and a float is like 5.89. Alright, so you can add the dot to it. Okay, so we have this back convert to price. So what we actually want to do here is set all converted to price is smaller than 1,800 or whatever you want to do. Like that, then perfect. That's what I want to happen. Okay, and we can actually leave everything. So what I'm going to do is take everything and wrap it inside the functions. Then define check price. Right? This is just a function. I'm going to add everything that we have here inside this function. Right? Get rid of some empty spaces. Perfect. We need to define the send email. I'm going to just go down here and say def send email. It's going to be another function, and now we're going to take a look at how we can actually send an email with the updated price. The first thing we need to do, we're going to do this with email. And for this to work, we're going to have to go through two-step verification. There's another way we can do this. Let me quickly show you. So what we can do, I'm going to pull this up here. Is if you search for something like Google allow less secure apps, or something like that. Let's scroll down here. Less secure apps Google account. Okay, so you can enable this one. There's going to be an enable button, and that's going to work just fine. You can use your Gmail password, and you can send emails just fine. If you don't want to use your Gmail password, what you can do is you can enable these two-step verification. So Google two-step verification, whatever it's called. So here, the second one. Alright, just enable the two-step verification. And once you do that, what you can do is you can Google app password, alright? And it creates passwords for different things. And as you can see, you can create one. You can select app, and you can create generate a new password for your email, for your YouTube calendar, whatever you want. So in this case, it's like mail, and you can select Windows Computer. Alright, that's what I'm on. You might probably have Mac or whatever. I'm gonna delete this whole guy I had. I'm gonna jump. Alright, so this just generates us a new password. Okay. Let's go back to straight where I can see what's up. Okay, so we can go to the here. We don't need to install this separately. So all we can do is we can just go up here and say import SNT-lib. Alright, SNT-lib. What this is basically a simple mail protocol or something like that. I'm not sure exactly what it's called, but it enables you to send emails. Let's go down here, and what we need to do is actually That's what we're gonna do. If you don't remember this, you can just always come here and check. So next up, what we want to do is we actually need to log in. So we can call server.login. The first argument is gonna be the user, as you can see, and the second one is gonna be the password. So my user is gonna be admin. I know. equal to check the Amazon link. Right, and I actually can copy this link down here, so our email actually gives us the link back with the product. Perfect, and then we can set up a message. I'm gonna format the string by adding an F, which means we can just basically interpolate subject here and just add subject. Right, kind of like JavaScript with the dollar sign and curly braces. Then we can add below at 1,700. Alright, so this is like 1,700 euros. Oh, JavaScript. Then we can send an email. That's it. That's what we need to do. Now, in this case, this is not going to work because our price is, this one is bigger. So let's give it a shot. Boom. Well, what we actually need to do is call this function. Just check the price. Let's go down here and just call this one. Let's take a look. But nothing really happened. We don't get this. Hey, email has been sent. However, like changes in the future, so we just have to click this sign here to screw. This is bigger, but you can add any price you want here. Well, now this is gonna be good, and it's gonna send me an email. So let's take a look. Boom, boom, boom. Come on, hey, let's take a look here. Let me go to my email. We can actually make this run for longer, so multiple times, and to do that, what we can do is we can just import something. This is, again, you don't need to install this, we can just import time. And let's see what we do. Rather than just running this once, I can just add a while loop here, while true, so this is always going to run like that. What I can do is say check price, and then times lead, and I can add lead. So basically, it runs once, and then it pauses the execution for a number of seconds. So I delay the execution for a given number of seconds. So this will check every minute. However, that's probably not a good idea. So you want to check this once a day. So you can do, I don't know, my math is really bad, so I mean 60 times 60 an hour. There you go, now you acquire the skill of speaking web and also sending simple emails. So encourage to try it out with different websites, what information you can get. Now again, not every website is going to let you do this. Some have some checks, anti-web scraping kind of checks, captchas or whatever. So not everything is going to work unfortunately. But yeah, experiment, and also those that learn how to request to mess around with their server. Yeah, have fun with it. I also did one with getting all the recent movies off the IMDb, so the latest movie releases. and it also saves it down into a file for you, a CSV file. If you want to see that, I might put it up on Patreon. Just leave a comment in the description, and I might upload these source files for that as well. Okay, thanks again so much for watching. I apologize for the tutorials for today. I'll do this one because it's super simple and stupid, but I'll catch you in the next one. Have a great day.
Good grammar and spelling are important, but if you want to write essays that inspire, messages that forge brighter connections, and emails that get the job done, you need to think about more than just grammar and spelling. This sentence is grammatically correct, but it's wordy and hard to read. It undermines the writer's message, and the word choice is bland. Grammarly's cutting-edge technology helps you craft compelling, understandable writing that makes an impact on your reader. Much better. Grammarly works where you work, on your computer or your phone. Imagine what you can do with the secrets of the world's best writers at your fingertips, anytime you need them. Are you ready to give it a try? Installation is simple and free. Visit Grammarly.com today.
about what AWS is, why it's such a big hit. We'll have a look at the overview of the services. We'll see how much it costs, how big it is, and what the future of AWS is. So, what is AWS? Everyone is talking about Amazon Web Services. Let's have a look at what it is. It's basically a global cloud platform, which allows you to host and manage services on the internet. It's used by almost 80% of Fortune 500 companies to host their infrastructure, and it has a lot of services which it provides to its customers. There's infrastructure service, which means they provide bare servers as a service, so you don't need to manage the backup and the power supply of the service. They provide platform of the service. You can get Java, Ruby, PHP as a service, so that you don't have to manage the binaries of these applications. You get software as a service, wherein you get email sending capabilities like SES. You get queuing services like SQS, and it's a cloud storage platform where you have a lot of storage options like EBS and S3. So all in all, AWS is a hosting provider, which gives you a lot of services, wherein you can run your applications on the cloud. Now, let's take a look at why it's such a big hit. So everyone is trying to use AWS. Everyone is trying to put their applications on the cloud. So what's the reason that AWS is the top provider and the top choice for doing anything on the cloud? One of the biggest reasons is the billing. So the billing is very clear. You get a per hour billing. Every instance or every service has a microbilling. So, be it instances in EC2, you get per hour billing rate, which is very transparent. Even S3 buckets are charged on a per DB basis, although it is a storage service. But still, there is micro-billing available there. The sign-up process is easy. You don't need to sign any agreement, nothing. You just go, sign up with an email ID, add a credit card, and you're good to go. You can go from 0 to 100 in just 2 minutes. You can launch your servers, big machines, without buying hardware. Without procuring any hardware, you can just be up and running in minutes. So, their billing dashboard is also very simple. They give you an integrated billing dashboard, which gives you reports. You can pull out reports every month. You can pull out reports based on services, based on various parameters. For the cloud provider to be a hit, everything is stable. It has to be a trusted thing. So their services are quite stable. In the last 7 or 8 years, they have seen some 3 or 4 major outages, and those have been only region specific. So that means out of the 12 or 13 regions in which they operate, the outages have been region specific in a particular country or continent, and those also have not been more than 2 or 3 hours and have not affected all of their customers. It's a trusted thing. So when we talk about AWS, it comes up as something that is used by everyone in the industry. From small startups to big enterprises, everyone sees Amazon as a trusted advisor. Now, let's have an overview of the most commonly used services. So the first and the most commonly used service is EC2, which is Elastic Compute Cloud. This is the service which gives you bare servers. So this service will give you a machine which you can launch, and you can run your software on those. You can get small or big machines based on your requirements. The second choice is VPC. So Amazon will not allow you full control of their cloud. Instead, they give you chunks of their cloud, which is VPC, or the Virtual Private Cloud. So VPC lets you create networks in the cloud and then run your servers in those networks. The next one is S3, which is simple storage as service. So S3 gives you the opportunity to upload and share files. So it's mostly a file storage and sharing service. Then you've got RDS, which is Relational Database Service. So this RDS allows you to run and manage databases on the cloud. So they've got almost all the major flavors of databases, right from SQL Server to Oracle and MySQL, PostgreSQL. They have
so it scales according to demand. There's also Elastic Load Balancer. The ELB is a service which gives you the opportunity to load balance incoming traffic to multiple machines. So this way, you can scale up your web applications to any number of users. You've got auto-scaling, which adds capacity on the fly to Elastic Load Balancers, so that your website or your application is never down due to a load. How much does it cost? This for our billing is already mentioned for everything. If it's something like a storage thing, again, there's a per hour or per GB cost. So I think there is region-specific pricing. So Virginia is the cheapest region. So the region-specific pricing is because they have got some regions which they have got good hold of, and they are the headquarters. So Oregon and Virginia are the cheapest actually. They also give you services based on terms. So if you sign up for something for a year, it would be cheaper for you rather than signing up for something on an on-demand basis. So they've got reserved instances which are very cheap as compared to the on-demand ones. You can get discounts from 20% to almost 60% if you sign up for a 3-year term. They are spot resources. Examples of these are spot instances.
Today on the Effect Channel, you will see a selection of 11 very cool and useful gadgets. We are sure that you will see on Amazon. And as usual, the links to all gadgets you will find in the description under the video. If you don't want to miss our new videos, subscribe to our channel and tap the bell. Don't want to try to damage it. This phone will still live. After all, no investor has a high degree of protection on a device according to international standards IP68, which means full dustproof and waterproof for the phone, and even a waterproof USB port. Also, it has super tough plug-and-play battery cover, spacecraft titanium alloy frame, touchscreen with Gorilla Glass 3, supporting glove mode and smart gesture. Just imagine, the phone can work up to 2 hours when diving to a depth of 1.5 meters. It works at temperatures from -20 to +55 degrees Celsius. Is not afraid of bumps, scratches, pressure. It is exactly unkillable. But first of all, No Move Nest 30 is a phone and has the following characteristics. 4.0. All the other usual characteristics of the phone you can find by clicking on the link in the description under the video. Are you dreaming of a smartwatch? Pay attention to the cheap but good smartwatch Lemon LES1. In addition to the stylish design with a possible choice of 40 different dials, this watch has a feeling like a smartwatch. 4 cores, 1 gig of RAM, and 16 gigs of internal memory. Support for Wi-Fi and Bluetooth. The ability to receive and make calls. GPS data. But it also has its own advantages. Besides phone functions, this watch counts your steps and heart rate. A wrist smartphone with a fitness bracelet. That's what you can call this gadget. All Marvel movie fans will love this cool wall lamp. Now Iron Man, Spider-Man, Deadpool, Hulk, Thor's hammer, Captain America's shield, or attributes of Star Wars can settle in your room. And if you find it difficult to choose collection, is this anti-gravity phone case? Yes, you heard right. Thanks to nano-absorbent technology. This case with the power of thousands of micro-suction cups is held on any surface. Glass, wood, ceramics, metal, computer screens. The list is endless. And by the way, it does not lose its features even after washing. Unfortunately, it's not suitable for all models of phones, but we've tried to find all possible models. Look by the links under the video. This is probably the most social networks. You can spend time much more interesting playing the legendary Tetris or any other games of the 12 presented in this case. And with its main function, this case goes 100%. But there is a small problem. You can find this game miracle not for all phone models. This is a compact and convenient option for traveling. A tablet transformer with an attachable keyboard. It is necessary to attach a standalone camera, but it doesn't differ from a laptop. According to the characteristics, it will also fully compete with a laptop. 11.6 inches of electric
what I want to tell you is a lot of people have been asking questions about how do you get to a point where you have a bunch of streams of income, revenue, making you the money you need to pay your bills, so then you have margin to do other stuff, whether the kids, so it's so much.
সকলেই ভালো আছেন। আজকের ভিডিওতে আমরা জানবো গুগল ট্রেন্ডস সম্পর্কে। বন্ধুরা, ট্রেন্ডিং টপিক নিয়ে যদি আমরা আমাদের ভিডিও, ব্লগ বা ওয়েবসাইটকে তৈরি করি, খুব সম্ভাবনা থাকে সেই টপিক সবার আগে দর্শকদের সাথে পৌঁছে যাওয়ার। ট্রেন্ডিং টপিক মিনস আজকের ডেটে দর্শকরা সব থেকে বেশি কোন টপিককে সার্চ করছে। 2006 সাল থেকে গুগল ট্রেন্ডসের মাধ্যমে এইভাবে সার্চ করছে, তাহলে ডেফিনেটলি আমাদের ভিডিওতে চ্যানেলটিকে সাবস্ক্রাইব করবেন। প্রেস করার সঙ্গে সঙ্গে যে সার্চ রেজাল্টটি আমাদের সামনে চলে আসবে, প্রথমে রয়েছে ট্রেন্ডস, এই অংশটিতে প্রেস করুন এবং আমরা পৌঁছে যাব গুগল ট্রেন্ডসের হোম পেজটি। যদিও হোম পেজটি অলওয়েজ ইউনাইটেড স্টেট, এই কান্ট্রিতে সিলেক্ট করতে হবে। এটিকে আপনি এখান থেকে আপনার নিজের দেশে সিলেক্ট করবেন। এটিকে প্রেস করে যদি ট্র্যাক করে নিজে থেকে নামান, তাহলে
ক্রিকেট এই ওয়ার্ডটি কি পরিমাণ মানুষ সার্চ করছে। বন্ধুরা এখান থেকেও আমরা আমাদের কান্ট্রিকে সিলেক্ট করে নিতে পারি এবং সেই সঙ্গে সঙ্গে আমরা এখান থেকে দেখে নিতে পারি যে ওয়ার্ল্ড ওয়াইড গোটা বিশ্বে উন্মাদনা রয়েছে এই ওয়ার্ডটিকে কত মানুষ সার্চ করছেন প্রতি মুহূর্তে। সেই সঙ্গে সঙ্গে এখান থেকে টাইমটিকে আমরা সিলেক্ট করে নিতে পারি, অর্থাৎ এক্স্যাক্টলি কোন সময়ে মানুষের পাস্ট আওয়ার পাস্ট ফুড সেই সঙ্গে সঙ্গে ক্যাটাগরিকে এখানে সিলেক্ট করে নিতে পারি, বিশেষ কোনো ক্যাটাগরি সিলেক্ট করতে চান বা দেখতে চান এবং সেই সঙ্গে সঙ্গে ওয়েব সার্চ খুব ইম্পর্টেন্ট। গুগলের বিভিন্ন রকম যে সমস্ত সার্চিং টেকনিক মান্থসের মধ্যে রয়েছে, ভাষাটিকে নিয়ে যাই এবং আমরা দেখতে পাবো যে দেখুন 12 থেকে 18 মে 2019 ক্রিকেট নিয়ে 46 মিনিটকে চেঞ্জ করে নিই। ফার্স্ট এই ওয়ার্ডটিকে টাচ করি, তাহলে দেখতে পাবো যে সার্চ সার্চ এর সঙ্গে সঙ্গে এই অংশটি যদি আমরা প্রেস করি তাহলে সিএসভি কোন ডেটে বা কোন সময়ে কতগুলি সামনে ওপেন হয়ে যাবে এবং এখান থেকে দেখা যাচ্ছে এটিকে যদি আমরা প্রেস করি তাহলে সিএসভি ফরম্যাটটি আমাদের সামনে ওপেন, এটি ডাউনলোড ফরম্যাটে আমাদের এই তথ্যটি ডাউনলোড হয়ে যাবে এবং সেই সঙ্গে সঙ্গে এই দেখুন এটি ডাউনলোড হয়ে গেছে, এটিকে যদি আমরা প্রেস করি তাহলে সিএসভি ফরম্যাটটি আমাদের সামনে ওপেন হয়ে যাবে এবং এখান থেকে দেখে নিতে পারি যে কোন ডেটে বা কোন সময়ে কতগুলি সার্চ করা হয়েছে এই ওয়ার্ডটি। বন্ধুরা এবার আমরা চলে যাবো এই 3 লাইনসটিতে, এই অংশটিতে প্রেস করব। এখানে ট্রেন্ডিং সার্চে যাওয়ার আগে আমরা দেখে নেব সার্চিং ইয়ারিং সার্চ, এই অংশটি ইয়ারিং সার্চ এই অংশটিতে প্রেস করলেই আমরা একটি নতুন পেজে চলে যাবো এবং এখান থেকে দেখি ইয়ারিং সার্চ সিলেক্ট করব। 2018 সালে যে বিষয়গুলো ট্রেন্ডিং ছিল সেটা রয়েছে এবং টপিক অনুযায়ী যেমন ধরুন মুভিজের ক্ষেত্রে রোবট 2.0 এটি ট্রেন্ডিং ছিল। এই অংশটি যদি প্রেস করি তাহলে এরপরে আমরা
series of videos about how YouTube's search and discovery system works. In this one, we're taking a look at trending. Trending feed is a list of what videos are new and popular, specific to a viewer's country. Some trends are predictable, like a movie trailer or a new song from a popular artist, but others can be completely surprising. Trending aims to combine popularity with novelty. Trending also considers the view count of a video, especially the rate of growth of views, and where the views are coming from, among other things. That means the video with the highest daily view count may not necessarily be number one on trending. Keep in mind that trending also includes creator on the rise and artist on the rise, where each week up-and-coming different creators and artists are featured for a full day. There's not a lot you can do to get your videos to show up on trending, but it does help to make broadly appealing, shareable videos. If you want to make it on the rise, it helps to have strong channel growth and momentum. That's the story on the Trending tab, but what about subscribers and the Subscriptions tab? Click here to watch the next video, or click the other box to go back and learn about the home screen.
do have experience and we do have knowledge that is absolutely fine to share with others in the right situation. However, are we really helping people? So in fact, when we do give advice and share our experiences, are we in fact feeding them just for the day so they will come back another day? What we want to do, of course, is to teach them to fish. But by just feeding them, we're also feeding something in ourselves. I know that I have a real need for recognition and also to be needed. And that helps me in an awful lot of aspects of my life. But in leadership, coaching, it can be a real hindrance. When someone asks me for my advice, I absolutely love that. I'm helping them, aren't I? But in essence, I'm really just truly doing it myself. So when I came across really what coaching was all about, which is giving somebody else the capacity to solve their own problems by getting them to explore their own situation, that really did enlighten me as to what I can do for people. So rather than feeding me, it's all about that person. I came across a story a number of years ago which really helps me relate and think about what I'm doing to help people. And that's the story of the man who came across it. And the man came across this cocoon and saw the small hole and the butterfly struggling to get through this small hole. And he was absolutely fascinated with this butterfly's struggle. And as he watched it, he was curious as to how the butterfly was going to manage to get through this minute hole. He went away, and a few hours later he came back, and the butterfly was still trying to struggle through the hole. He watched, thinking, what could he do to help? He felt for the butterfly and wanted to do something. But again, he went away, hoping that when he returned, that butterfly would go away. So when he did return, to his dismay, the butterfly was still trying to struggle.
So we don't have any traditional tutorials today, but we're going to be taking a look at how to create 3D photo animation with one of the best After Effects templates out there called Volume Max. So we have several tutorials on this channel on how to create 3D photo animation from scratch in After Effects, but anytime that I work on a project that requires 3D photo animation, I always resort to Volume Max because it allows you to quickly create some of the best 3D photo animation for your photos with just very easy tools, and it's awesome to use. So without wasting any time, I want to show you how this tool works. So if you ever find yourself working on a 3D photo project in the future, or you're working on a current project that needs 3D photo animation, you're going to be introduced to a tool that's going to allow you to create awesome work fairly fast. So let's jump in and look at it. And if you want to check out Volume Max at any time during this video, you can check our links below. Okay, so this is what Volume Max looks like when you open it up. It's just an After Effects, and it's very easy to follow along with. So for example, down here you'll see that you have easy steps to follow along. So we can double click into our photo composition and see where we drag in our photo. And you still down your photo, it doesn't matter about the actual size, and you can have black space for your photo, but you can match it to whatever size you want. And then back in our original composition, always use one setup. And this is where we get to create our depth map using these pre-made faces. And you have a couple options to choose here, so you can have a male face and a female face. We just need a male face for this photo, so we'll go ahead and turn that one off. And then we'll just take this mesh here, and we're going to match it up to our person's face. Depending on the face you're working with, it might be looking in another direction. So come here to our 3D camera angle, and we can just change what direction our portrait is in. So then we can rematch it up, and that looks really good. And that's really good. And then we can grab our tools over here and just make any subtle adjustments to match up the face as best as we can very quickly. And we can also kind of match this up with the neck as well, so we know what we're working with. Okay, and this should be good enough from my experience of using Volume Max. Nothing too difficult. So when you have this set up, you click on this X-ray mode, uncheck it, and this will give you the complete depth map of your portrait. And as you see, this is really awesome. So then we'll go back into our main composition, and now we can take this layer called Volume Max Controller, and we can now move it around our composition, and this will allow us to create that nice 3D in our image. So I have the border quality, but you see as I move around, we are starting to create that nice 3D look with our photo, and that is really awesome. Up, down, any direction, as we see fit. So to animate this, we can have this null object on one side of the composition, and then we can scrub forward to here in our timeline, and then we can just move it to the other side. So this will allow us to create a very nice, subtle 3D movement around our image, and that looks awesome. Technically, we could be done with this if we were happy with a very clean 3D photo movement, but we have other options that we can add on here just to help, do more things. Now, for example, what we can do is we can add, say, a little bit of parallax if we want, so we can come here and increase that, and that's going to allow us to create a very camera movement into our image. So I'll scroll back here, and as I scrub through here, that will allow us to create like a very nice, zoom in movement onto our photo and make it even more three-dimensional, and that's really awesome. You have a few other effects here, so you can fish off.
Hey guys, this is Chris with AffiliateTuber.com. I got a special training video for you today on how to get traffic to your YouTube channel, or actually how to get traffic anywhere. And I want to show you how to do this by leveraging traffic that's on other people's channels, whether the videos get 10,000, 100,000, 500,000 views, and how you can take advantage of all that traffic and send them to your YouTube channel, affiliate promotion, website, blog, wherever you want to send it. So let's jump in this and get started. Okay, so the first thing you want to do is go to ytsnoop.com. That links directly under this video. I'll put it in the description box. Go there and check it out. It is an amazing tool that I've been using to hijack thousands upon thousands of views from other people's YouTube channels to my own affiliate promotions. I want to show you exactly how I do this because I just YT domains that are in YouTube videos. So most of us know when you upload a video, you can put a website address in the description box. So after watching the video, they can scroll down there, they can click on that link and go wherever it takes them. The thing about this is,
many of these YouTube channels, they no longer update them, or many times they let the domain name go, so they're expired. And so when someone clicks on that domain name, it doesn't go anywhere. So what this tool does is it allows you to find those domain names that are in the description box of YouTube videos, and they let you know if they're expired or not. So if they're expired, you can go grab that domain name, buy it yourself, and redirect it anywhere you want. So the visitors who watch those videos can then be directed to whatever offer that you're redirected back to. Let me give you an example. So here we are at ytstudent.com. And actually, if we go to the top here, now there's two different ways you can do this. Number one, you can go to My Jobs. If you go to My Jobs, it allows you to search based upon keywords. You can do this. You're not going to find years of domains this way, but the bigger your keyword list is, the more it's going to search and the more domains it's going to find. So this is great. But what I like to do is go to the expired domain section. Now when you go here, you can actually find expired domains not just on YouTube, but also on Wikipedia sites and on local domains. So if you're targeting a specific area in a specific state, you can find websites that are in that area that are expired, that are already getting traffic, and buy them up and send that traffic to wherever you want it to go. For this example, we're going to go to YouTube domains. Now earlier this morning, I was going through here, and I was looking up some of these domains expired and trying to find one that I could get to redirect to the offer. Now what this tool does is it automatically goes out every day and it searches for domains that are expired, that currently has traffic, has views, has likes, has comments, and it lists them here on this page. You can see right now there's 837,000 that it's found that are available for anybody to buy. And so we can see here how many YouTube results are available, which means how many videos are on that channel that this video is found in, how many views those videos are getting, likes, dislikes, comments, and when it was added. Now, the domain I bought this morning, just a little bit ago, is already taken out of this list, which means this list is constantly updated. So if the domain is taken, then it's not going to be available anymore. Now, what you'll do is you come down here and you can sort this. So let's do YouTube results. Let's say we're looking for a channel that has lots of videos on it. Okay, so here's some that have a lot of videos. I want to scroll down here though, because you got to be careful when you check these out and make sure that the URL is still listed in the video description, because sometimes they've been taken out and replaced with a new URL. So let's scroll down through here. And let's just pick like this one here. I've never checked this one before. I don't know if it's available. So what we do is come over here and we just click this, which is the videos link. And it's going to bring up and show us all of these videos that currently have this link in, or at least it did when it found it. So it's rate.com. So if we go, let's click on this one. And you scroll down, show more. Okay, we can see the link is not in this description. Okay, so they removed that one since they found it. So let's go back and there's nothing to this one here. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and so let's try Calico Parts. This sometimes comes up. I don't know if it's because the channel has changed or what's happened, but sometimes you get a pop-up where there's nothing. Let's do ringtones. Let's try that. Okay, let's just click on one of these. This looks like a bunch of music videos. Okay, look at this. Here it is. Get this song sent to your mobile phone. Explode this exclusively at Ringtones Beyond. So if I click this, it goes to a page that does not exist. Why? Because this domain is expired. So what I can do is I can go buy this domain name right now. If I went here and if I went to my name silo account to register a domain name, you can see it is available. So
I can buy this domain name right now, and all of these videos, this one has 151,000 views on it. All these videos that are still being used today, and the people that come here can go down here and click on this link and be redirected toward wherever I send it to. Let's see how many videos he's got on here. Okay, he doesn't have a whole lot of videos. It goes back to 8 years. So, that's something I want to look over too, because a lot of these, 167 views in over 8 years, so it's not getting much traffic. So there's not a whole lot going on here with this channel. So this may be one that you want to ask. But you get the idea. And the whole thing is just want to kind of get everything here. Find something, find a domain name that maybe is relevant.
आज मैं आपको सिखाऊंगा कि कैसे आप अपनी YouTube वीडियो पे ज़्यादा व्यूज लेके आ सकते हो मास्टर स्ट्रैटेजी को यूज़ करके। इसी सेम स्ट्रैटेजी को यूज़ करके मैंने भी रिसेंटली अपनी एक वीडियो पे 96,000 से ज़्यादा व्यूज गेन किए थे, और पिछले साल एक वीडियो पे मैंने 500,000 से ज़्यादा व्यूज गेन करे थे सेम मास्टर स्ट्रैटेजी को यूज़ करके। अगर आप भी अपनी वीडियो पे ज़्यादा व्यूज बनाना चाहते हो और अपने चैनल को ग्रो करना चाहते हो तो ये वीडियो बहुत ज़्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है। हमारा वीडियो को स्टार्ट से एंड तक देखते रहें। मैं आपको स्टेप बाय स्टेप गाइड करूँगा ताकि आपको करने में। हेलो गाइस, वेलकम टू आवर यूट्यूब चैनल। गाइस कुछ टाइम पहले मैंने अपने चैनल को एनालाइज करने का ट्राई किया और मैंने देखा कि मेरी मोस्ट वीडियो है वो वायरल क्यों हुई, उस पर ज़्यादा व्यूज क्यों आए, ताकि मैं उस चीज़ को दोबारा से रेप्लिकेट कर सकूँ एंड उसकी मदद से ज़्यादा व्यूज गेन करके चैनल को ग्रो कर सकूँ। क्योंकि सभी यूट्यूबर्स की स्ट्रैटेजी रहती है। उस चीज़ को देखकर मुझे बहुत ज़्यादा हैरानी हुई। वैसे तो मेरी वीडियो बहुत सारी कीवर्ड पे टॉप पोजीशन पे रैंक करती है, लेकिन इस वीडियो पे जो मैक्सिमम ट्रैफिक आ रहा था वीडियो पे आ रहा था, इस वीडियो पर 62% से ज़्यादा का ट्रैफिक सिर्फ सजेस्टेड वीडियो से था। और सर्च की अगर मैं बात करूँ तो सिर्फ 6% का ट्रैफिक था। सजेस्टेड वीडियो का सेक्शन मोबाइल में वीडियो के जस्ट नीचे होता है, एंड अगर आप इसको डेस्कटॉप में देखोगे तो वहाँ पर टॉप राइट कॉर्नर में जो आपको वीडियो दिखती है वो सारी सजेस्टेड वीडियो के अंदर आती हैं। अगर आप अपनी वीडियो को सजेस्टेड वीडियोस में रैंक करवा लेते हो तो वहां से आपको लाखों का ट्रैफिक आएगा। अपनी किसी भी वीडियो को सजेस्टेड वीडियो में भेजने के लिए जो बेस्ट मेथड है दैट इज मास्टर स्ट्रैटेजी। एंड अब मैं आपको स्टेप बाय स्टेप गाइड करूंगा कैसे आप अपनी वीडियो को सजेस्टेड वीडियो मोस्ट प्रोबेबली जो भी वीडियो टॉप में रैंक कर रही है फर्स्ट सेकंड थर्ड पोजीशन पे, उन्हीं वीडियोस पे सबसे ज्यादा व्यूज आते हैं यूजुअली। एंड मेरे पर्सनल केस में भी ऐसा था, जब मैंने अपनी वीडियो के लिए यूट्यूब पे सर्च करा कि इंस्टाग्राम पे फॉलोअर्स कैसे बढ़ाएं, तो वहां पर जो मोस्ट पॉपुलर वीडियो था उस पर 3 मिलियन व्यूज थे। एंड मैंने उस वीडियो को अपना टारगेट वीडियो बनाया एंड उस पर मैंने अपना मास्टर स्ट्रैटेजी अप्लाई किया एंड उससे मुझे अच्छे बेनिफिट्स मिले। तो आपको इस वे में अपना जो मोस्ट पॉपुलर वीडियो है वो ढूंढना है। इसके बाद हमारा सेकंड स्टेप आता है, दैट इज क्रिएट अ वीडियो यूजिंग मास्टर स्ट्रैटेजी। अब यहाँ पर नॉर्मल वीडियो आप क्रिएट कर देंगे, लेकिन अब मास्टर स्ट्रैटेजी को यूज करके कैसे आप वीडियो क्रिएट कर सकते हो। मास्टर स्ट्रैटेजी के बहुत ही सिंपल फंडा है, आपको बेटर वीडियो क्रिएट करना है एंड उसके साथ साथ एक लॉन्गर वीडियो बनाना है। सिंपल सी स्ट्रैटेजी है, जो भी आपने टारगेट वीडियो दिया था फर्स्ट स्टेप के अंदर, उस वीडियो को आपको देखना है एंड उस वीडियो में जो कंटेंट दिया गया है उससे बेटर कंटेंट प्रोवाइड करने का ट्राई करना है। एंड वो करने के साथ साथ आपको एक लंबा वीडियो बनाना है। अगर हमारा टारगेट वीडियो 6 मिनट 7 मिनट का था, तो आपका वीडियो कम से कम 9 मिनट का होना चाहिए। अगर आपका जो टारगेट वीडियो है वो 16 मिनट का है, तो आपका वीडियो कम से कम 20 मिनट का होना चाहिए। अब ये चीज मैं क्यों कह रहा हूँ, तो यूट्यूब खुद कहता है द गोल ऑफ यूट्यूब सर्च एंड डिस्कवरी सिस्टम आर टू फोल्ड, to help viewers find the video they want to watch and to maximize long-term viewer engagement and satisfaction. तो ये लाइन ध्यान से सुनना, to maximize long-term viewer engagement and satisfaction। तो गाइस YouTube आपको खुद बोल रहा है कि अगर आपकी वीडियो पे ज्यादा वॉच टाइम आएगा, ज्यादा देर तक लोग आपकी वीडियो देख रहे हैं, तो YouTube के जो डिस्कवरी फीचर्स हैं उनको यूज करके YouTube आपकी वीडियो को प्रमोट करेगा एंड आपकी वीडियो पे ज्यादा व्यूज लाएगा। तो सिंपल सी बात है, अगर आपकी वीडियो पे वॉच टाइम ज्यादा रहेगा तो YouTube आपकी वीडियो को ज्यादा प्रमोट करेगा सजेस्टेड वीडियो की फॉर्म में। तो फंडा आपके सामने क्लियर है। अब हम बात करते हैं कि भाई वॉच टाइम होता क्या है। जितने भी यूट्यूबर्स हैं उनको ऑलरेडी पता होगा कि भाई जो आपके एनालिटिक्स में दिख रहा है कि कोई बंदा आपकी वीडियो को कितना ड्यूरेशन के लिए देख रहा है। अगर आपने 5 मिनट का वीडियो बनाया है, बंदे सिर्फ आपकी 50% वीडियो देख रहे हैं, तो जो आपका वॉच टाइम रहेगा वो 2.5 मिनट का हो जाएगा। अगर आपकी वीडियो को लोग 7 मिनट तक देखेंगे तो आपका वॉच टाइम 7 मिनट का हो जाएगा। तो सिंपल सा बंदा आपको वॉच टाइम ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा रखना है एंड इस चीज़ में लॉन्गर वीडियोस बहुत ज़्यादा हेल्प करती हैं। क्योंकि मैंने अपने पर्सनल एक्सपीरियंस से देखा है, जितनी भी लॉन्गर वीडियोस होती हैं उनकी प्रोबेबिलिटी ज़्यादा होती है कि उसको लोग ज़्यादा देर तक देखेंगे। एंड अगर आप एक कोरिलेशन बनाओ तो आपने देखा होगा कि जितनी भी मूवीज होती हैं, जो मूवीज वाले चैनल होते हैं, जिसकी वजह से आप में से मेरे बहुत सारे भाई मोटिवेट हो जाते हैं कि सर मैं यूट्यूब पर मूवीज अपलोड करता हूँ, तो वो चीज़ का मेन रीजन क्या रहता है कि कोई भी बंदा अगर मूवी देखने बैठता है और वो पूरी की पूरी मूवी देखेगा, थोड़ा कुछ गाना वाना स्किप करा, लेकिन मूवी पूरी देखता है तो वॉच टाइम बहुत ज़्यादा हो जाता है और उसकी वजह से जो यूट्यूब है उन वीडियो से बहुत ज़्यादा प्रमोट करता है। तो आई होप आप आइडिया कैच कर पा रहे होंगे। अब इस चीज़ को हम एग्जाम्पल के साथ समझते हैं। एक टॉपिक पर 2 वीडियोज बनी हुई है, एक वीडियो को लोग सिर्फ 1 मिनट के लिए देख रहे हैं, दूसरी वीडियो है उसको लोग 5 मिनट तक देख रहे हैं। तो आप खुद देखो कि YouTube उस 5 मिनट वाली वीडियो को ज्यादा प्रमोट करेगा एज कंपेयर टू दिस 1 मिनट वीडियो। तो आपको दिमाग में ये चीज क्लियर कर लेनी है कि जब भी आपको सजेस्टेड वीडियो में जाना है किसी टॉप वीडियो के जिस पर व्यूज ज्यादा है, तो आपको उस वीडियो से एक बेटर वीडियो तो क्रिएट करना है, साथ ही आपको एक लंबा वीडियो बनाना है ताकि आपका जो वॉच टाइम है वो ज्यादा आए। अब यहाँ पर बात आती है कि वॉच टाइम सिर्फ वीडियो लंबा बनाने से नहीं होगा, आपको एक बेटर क्वालिटी वीडियो या बेटर वीडियो क्रिएट करना पड़ेगा। और वो कैसे क्रिएट करना है, अब मैं आपको वो सिखा देता हूँ। तो सबसे पहली बात है, वीडियो में 3 सेगमेंट होते हैं। फर्स्ट वन इज इंट्रो, सेकंड वन इज द बॉडी एंड द थर्ड वन इज द आउटपुट। अब पहले इंट्रो की बात करेंगे। इंट्रो बहुत ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है। अगर आप क्रिएट करवा लेते हो तो बहुत ज्यादा प्रोबेबिलिटी है कि वो यूजर आपकी वीडियो के लास्ट तक जाएगा एंड आपकी वीडियो को लाइक भी करेगा। लेकिन अगर आप स्टार्टिंग के 10 सेकंड के अंदर उस यूजर को एंगेज नहीं कर पाते हो, उसमें इंटरेस्ट क्रिएट नहीं कर पाते, तो जैसे मैं जब भी इंट्रो क्रिएट करता हूँ तो मैं ट्राई करता हूँ कि मेरा जो भी वीडियो का समरी है, जितने भी मैं की पॉइंट्स के बारे में बात करने वाला हूँ वीडियो में, वो सभी के सभी मैं इंट्रो में कवर कर दूँ। अगर मैं कोई फ्री टूल देने वाला हूँ तो मैं उसकी बात कर लूँ। सक्सेस बना कंटेंट बस कर दो, मैक्सिमम कोई 3 मिनट 4 मिनट 5 मिनट की थी, लेकिन जो आपके भाई ने वीडियो बनाई वो 23 मिनट की डिटेल्ड वीडियो। तो मैंने इसके टाइम पे ये चीज इंपॉर्टेंट पर भी आ जाती है। तो इस चीज को हम बोलेंगे एक तीर से 2 निशाने।
also helps improve the ranking of your video. They have various categories, so I'm sure you can find one category that your video belongs to. The second site to promote YouTube videos free is Quora. Quora is a good place to promote YouTube videos to get relevant YouTube views. I recently started using Quora and I am already seeing the influence in YouTube video traffic. The trick is to find questions related to the videos that you create and answer their main question already relevant to YouTube video. Quora is a category, so I'm sure once it's done, you will see your video embedded in the site. Not only will you find categories, Quora video traffic. There are big videos. What you see here is an answer question with relevant videos for you to put. Enter the details they ask in this form. Then it will bring you to this page. Click on bookmarks, share your YouTube videos here. Paste the YouTube video link and click on retrieve video. It will auto-populate most of your YouTube video details. You need to enter the tags and select a video thumbnail and get done. Keep watching for places to post YouTube videos to get views coming up. The fourth way to drive traffic to your YouTube channel is Facebook groups. You can see a certain percentage of traffic for my videos come from Facebook groups. Just dropping the video link on random groups will not get you any views ever. You need to find groups related to your YouTube channel niche. For example, let's say your YouTube channel is about makeup and fashion. Then you start by typing keywords into the Facebook search such as makeup tutorials. Filter by groups and join a few and promote videos there. Remember, don't just drop the YouTube links. Promote the video in the right way. I talked about it in the previous video. Link it below in case you haven't watched it. If you want, you can use this pre-made list of Facebook groups I created for myself. It also has days on which they allow posting links on the blog. The link is in the description below. The fifth place to post YouTube videos to get views is sharing. Sharing is a great place to share a YouTube video link and promote it. Like with other sites, you need to create an account and then start it. Sharing free version has many good features. If we can get this video to 100 likes, I will create a video on how to share your videos and get views. The sixth site to promote YouTube videos free is Zanya. Click on the register button and add your details and your regular
to let you know about DigitalOcean's first ever global virtual developer conference, Deploy. It's 24 hours of fun and... So in this tutorial, I'll show you how to animate with my favorite free animation program, Krita, which is sort of like Photoshop. It's great for painting backgrounds, but also for doing frame-by-frame animation. Available in the video description below. Also, if you'd like to download the source files and animation examples we created, they're available in the Gumroad link below, so make sure to check that out. Once we're on Krita's website, we're going to go up to download, and we want the Krita desktop. The installer I'm going to use is 64-bit installer, but they also have a 32-bit, and it's also available for Windows, Mac, and Linux, which I really like. So we're going to click our installer, and a window will pop up asking where to download the installer. So save it somewhere where you'll be able to access it later, like the desktop. So we'll go ahead and click save, and once the download's done, you'll see it in your download bar down here, or you can navigate to the folder where it's saved. We'll double click it to install Krita, and if you're new to Windows, it may ask you if you really want to run this program. We know this program sucks, so go ahead and click run, and we'll go next to set it up, accept the terms and agreements, and vote for what it is. We're going to go up to file, and we'll create a new document. We'll just go under custom documents, and I'll set it to format new blank document. It's minus and plus on your keyboard. On the top right, by the backspace button. To pan around, hold down the space bar, the cursor will become a hand, and you can move around and move this way. To draw, we're going to grab our brush tool, which is right here, or we can press B as in boy to quickly get to our brush. Now, the default brush may not be the brush touch. That's why I have the tiny more mini drop tablet eraser, whereas it's more of a hobby. If you don't hit it like stacks it up a bit, one will be the top row. So the top piece of paper is going to be what's seen in front, and the bottom piece of paper is what's going to be seen in the back. So to create a new layer, we go down to our create new layer button right here in our layers panel, and that'll add a new layer on top. Usually by default, Krita will already click this trash can, and I'm going to create a second layer by clicking paint layer. So if you have one layer on top and you want to move it underneath, simply click and drag it underneath the layer you want, and then the other layer will appear on top. If you wanted to duplicate a layer, you can go down to this duplicate layer button, and you'll have a second copy of your layer. So here's a really cool feature in Krita. If we right click, a window will appear showing all the tools that we can select as well as a color picker. The way this menu works is it selects from this brush preset window. If you'll remember, we had all these different selections. So if you click this menu button right here, you'll see all the same options. So I can select mix for mixing colors, or I can select ink for all my ink tools. You can also change the setting of the tool you have selected by clicking this arrow tool here. Size, opacity, and other options. If you'd like to create a new loadout for this menu, you can go under your brush preset window, and click this tag here, create a new tag by typing it in and pressing enter. You see right now it's blank, there's nothing added to it. You can add a brush by right-clicking on a brush, assign the tag, and then selecting our newly created tag. Or we can create a new tag down here. So if I right-click and add some brushes to my newly created tag, and then select that tag from this menu button, you'll see all the brushes that we added. So that's how you can customize it. But I like the demo that it has by default. It has a pretty good selection of brushes. And you can also choose your colors in your color picker here. Then to get rid of it, just right-click again. You can also choose your colors over here with this color wheel. You can select what hue you want by dragging around the circle. You can change how light or how dark or how saturated your color is by going towards one of the edges of the triangle. If you're more used to, say, a Photoshop kind of color picker, you can click this menu button right here, and then in this drop-down menu, you can select a color picker that's more suited to what you like to use. If you look on the top left up here, you'll see two different colors, a foreground color and a background color, and also this black and white button. If you click the black and white button, it'll reset your colors back to black for the foreground and white for the background. If you click on one of these squares, you can select what color you want it to be. So if we set red for our foreground and blue for our background, all the colors in the foreground is what you're going to pick. If you want to switch to the background color, you can click this back and forth arrow up here, or you can press the hotkey of X. To fill an object in, you can use this paint bucket tool right here. The paint bucket will fill in with whatever foreground color you have selected. Also, with the paint bucket tool, turn on the eraser mode, just like
it looks like that. And if I use the airbrush, it looks like that. And it can also be used with your smudge tools, which is kind of interesting. So let's say you want to create a shape with the circle tool. So when you drag it out, you'll see it doesn't stay consistent. It kind of squashes and stretches. If you want it to stay a perfect circle or a perfect square, just hold down the shift key. And you'll notice when I let go, it just creates an outline. So let's say you wanted to have a filled-in circle. You go over to your tool options right here, and if you don't see that, it's under settings, dockers, and shape options. And here you'll see what behavior your fill has and what behavior your outline has. So we can select the fill as our foreground or our background color or our pattern. We'll just select foreground color. And for the outline, we'll select the no outline. So next time we create a circle, it will be filled in. Create a shape from the center, click and hold, then hold down your control key, and then drag out. And it'll drag to the center rather than from the corner. And also hold shift while holding control, and it will keep the same proportions. Another cool option is these mirror tools up here. So if I select the horizontal mirror tool, I can create these symmetrical drawings that are the same on the left and the right side, and I can also cross over the horizontal line. So another useful feature to know about is how to manipulate the drawings. So over here we have our manipulation tools. Mostly we're just going to be using this free transform tool, which is this box with all the handles around it. You can also press the hotkey of Control T. So this tool is very useful. It's kind of a whole bunch of tools in one. We want it to have your cursor in the middle, it'll become curved, and you can move your drawing around. If you have it on the outside of the corner,
you are not a brand. You are not a job title. You are not a social media bio. Whatever set notion you have about who you are, what you're capable of, what you're supposed to be doing, forget it. You're a complex human being, filled with imagination and wild ideas. You can pursue any and all of them, anytime you choose. Go ahead, explore every talent, every interest and passion of no one, not even you, saw coming. The world is full of surprises.
it'll turn into a rotation symbol and you can rotate your drawing. Also, if you move this anchor point in the middle by dragging it somewhere else, a rotation will happen around that anchor. If you grab right on the corner, you'll get your scale option. And just like with other tools, if you hold shift, it'll keep the same aspect ratio. If you put your cursor on the edge right here, you can shear your drawing. And then when you're done, you just press enter and your transformation will be all done. If you didn't want to keep that transform, you just press escape and it'll reset back to the original. If you ever do anything you didn't mean to, you can always press Ctrl Z to undo, or go to Edit, Undo, and you can press Ctrl Shift Z to redo. But let's say you didn't want to move the whole guy. Let's say you just wanted to move this arm right here. Well, we'd need to make a selection, and with that we use our selection tool down here. The one I use most often is this one right here that looks kind of like a V. And what this is it is a lasso tool. So you can get really specific selections with it. So we'll just select inside his arm right here, and then we'll press Ctrl T to transform it. We'll move our pivot point down to where his shoulder would be, and we can now rotate his arm like this. And to deselect your drawing, just press Ctrl Shift A, or go under Select and Deselect. Another useful shortcut is how to change your brush size. So right now my brush is complicated. If I want to resize it, and use my left bracket to go smaller, or I can use my right bracket to go bigger. So that's pretty useful. When you're ready to save your image, go up to File, Save As, and to keep your layers intact, I highly recommend saving it as a treated document. And you'll see up here your file name with the .kra extension. This will keep all your layers and all your information in your drawing intact, but you won't be able to upload it or use it on the internet. So to do that, we want to save it as a PNG. So we're going to go up to File, and you can either use Save As or Export. I'm going to select Export, and down here we're going to select PNG. So that'll give you the option of using transparency if you want it, and it's also a really good file format. So we'll make sure it ends in PNG, click Save, and it'll give you a little pop-up menu. I would probably just leave all this by default, press OK, and now we can use that PNG image to send to our grandma or upload wherever we want to on the internet. So to begin animating, we're going to want a few different tools. We're going to want to go up to Settings, Dockers, And there's 3 dockers that we want to grab for animation. First off, we want to grab the timeline, probably the most important. So that'll appear at the bottom here. We also want to grab our settings, dockers, and onion skin. This is how we're going to see the drawings that come before, which is super important for animation. And we're also going to go up to settings, dockers, and animation. So I don't really like this layout. It kind of puts everything just in whatever blocks. If you want to move some windows around, you just click on the name and drag it where you want it to go. I usually like to put my onion skin over here, then I like to drag my animation window, and if I select over the onion skin, it'll highlight the onion skin, and that way it gets dropped into the same window. So now we can switch between onion skin mode and animation. So in the animation window, you can see what frame you're currently on, how many frames long your animation is, controls to play your animation, how fast your animation will play in your preview, and what frame rate your animation is at. The higher the frame rate, the faster your animation will be, and the lower it is, the slower your animation will be. Over here are buttons for editing your frames. The first one is to create a new frame, the second one is to copy your frame, and the third one is to remove a frame. This onion icon just turns on and off your onion skin window. This second in the middle on the bottom button is called auto frame. And what this does is if you're animating on your timeline and you go to a spot where there's no frame to start drawing, it will create a frame automatically. So I like to leave this on. And the third option on the bottom is drop frames. Now what this means is your animation will try to play at the correct speed. And in order to keep up, depending on how fast your computer is, it might drop frames to keep up with the same speed. And I prefer getting accurate timing in my animation, even if it drops a couple frames, so I like to leave this on. In the onion skin window, you can select how many frames before and how many frames after your animation shows you. So for example, if I'm on this frame and I turn my onion skin on by clicking this little light bulb down here next to the player, I'll see 3 drawings before and 3 drawings after. And I can toggle how many frames are shown by clicking these buttons on the top. And I can also change the opacity of these onion skins by dragging these bars up and down. Usually I like to leave it just by default. You can also choose different colors by changing these colors down here, or removing the colored effect entirely by off and on. So let's get started animating. Now before you can do any animation whatsoever, you have to go down to the timeline and right click and say new frame. If you do this after completing your drawing, you'll have to copy and paste it into your new frame because it will erase your artwork. So we want to make sure and select new frame before we even get started. You'll see a blue square appear as well as some additional options appear on the left here, namely this light bulb, which is your onion skin. You can also lock transparency, lock the layer using this padlock, or turn on and off visibility using this eyeball. So to create a new frame, we're going to right click frame 2 and select new frame, or since our auto frame mode is turned on, press the delete key, and that both removes my artwork and creates a new frame for me to draw in. So to see my previous frame, I need to turn on my onion skin. So I click this little light bulb down here on the bottom left, and you'll see my previous drawing appears in red. So let's do our second drawing. And to move frame by frame through your animation, it's the left and right keys. If I want to delete a frame, I just right click on that frame and say remove frame, or I can use this remove frame button down here. So I'm going to move one frame to the right, press delete again to remove that frame, and you'll see my previous drawing showing up, and then I'm going to drop my third frame. So now I have 2 frames of an animation. So I'm just going to keep going forward by pressing right, and then delete, and then drawing the next frame. And I'm just going to follow the motion and see where this line ends up. This is what's called where you start at the beginning and you just animate straight ahead. You don't plan any poses or anything. It's a great method for more fluid poses, say dancing or other organic movements. Whereas for something like an acting shot, it's most common to do pose-to-pose method, where you plan out your storytelling poses and then you in between it afterwards. So now we finished our animation. We can drag our playhead by scrubbing the top of where the numbers are, scrubbing through our animation this way. And if we play our animation by clicking this playhead right here, you can see what our animation does. And you'll see it keeps on playing, and that's because my end frame is at frame 100. So really I want my animation to end at frame 28. So I'm going to change that to 28. And now when I play it, I can move that up. If you wanted to import audio into your animation, you simply go down to your timeline, and there's this little speaker button that we click, and then go to open audio, and then select your audio file, click open, and now when you scrub through your timeline, you'll be able to hear your audio. And because you can scrub allows you to hear what sound is playing, and you'll be able to draw mouth shapes to it. And then when you're done with your lip sync, usually it's a good practice to take all of your lip sync and move it 2 frames to the left. So we'll select it all, and move it 2 frames to the left. It'll match up a bit better. If you didn't want this audio anymore, or you wanted to change the settings, you go down to the speaker button again. View your audio, change the audio, or remove your audio, or adjust how loud or how soft it is. So that's how to do some quick lip sync. So to navigate your timeline, you can either drag this playhead up here, or drag this horizontal scroll bar here, or some hotkeys to know are space and right click. That'll zoom your timeline in and out, and space and left click will pan your timeline so you can go further down in time. So here's how to manipulate your frames. You can drag your frame around simply by clicking and dragging it and dropping it into place. If you want to select multiple frames to move, you can either use control click to select individual frames, or you can select the beginning frame and select the end frame or shift. And then to move a group of frames, just click and drag it where you want it to be. You can copy frames by clicking and dragging while holding the control button, and you'll see your cursor has a little plus sign at the bottom right. And then when you let go, you'll see that you've copied this frame. And this works for individual frames or a group of frames. So let's say you wanted to do an in-between between these 2 drawings here. A really useful shortcut to know is Alt Drag, which moves down your entire timeline. So I can select the frame afterwards, hold down Alt and drag to the right, and it will move my entire timeline down to the right. So now I can select this blank spot, press delete to create a new frame, turn on my onion skin, and I can now draw my in-between. And in 3D you'll notice
animation, lighting and rendering. It actually has two rendering engines. One is called the scanline engine. It's a simple one for stylized graphics, and the other is a photorealistic path tracer called Cycles, Year One. There are also compositing and video editing tools, a game engine, a full-featured game engine with logics and scriptability, camera tracking and green screen VFX tools, simulations like cloth, fluid, smoke, particles, and both physics. And the difference between Blender and most export assets, and you can create new menus and panels and add-ons with either the existing or new logic and operators. So if you want to help animators, customize their UI to make things more efficient for them, you can do that as well with BPY. But there's also a few other modules that you can import within Blender that can help you do other stuff like vMesh. vMesh is a more recent module that is very efficient for the manipulation and creation of what's called polygonal meshes. Polygons in 3D are objects that are comprised of 3 main types modules. First thing, Blender script will be running within Blender, so once you import the rand and the random initial function, then we're calling an operator.
I'm so excited to let you know about DigitalOcean's first ever Global Virtual Developer Conference.
Hey everyone, I thought I'd kick off the new year with a tutorial on how to use Critter and give you some hopefully helpful tips to get you started. So Critter is a free program and can be downloaded on their website. It also has a look and feel similar to Photoshop with a range of really amazing brushes. Changes and improvements are funded through donations, so this means that bugs might not be fixed as quickly as other programs, but they do seem to update the software pretty regularly, and if you can't afford other programs or are just starting out in animation, I think this is a pretty good choice. Now I'm just going to open Critter and set up a new file. If it's a short film or something for YouTube, I'll go the usual 1920 by 1080 pixels. If it's a loop for Instagram, I'll go for a square canvas, usually around 800 by 800. So if you click content here, you can change the name of your file, how many layers you want the canvas to open up, as well as change the background color. Another option Critter offers is animation template, and this gives the canvas a frame that makes it look like it's been animated traditionally. If you do select this option, you'll see layers to the right which you can pre-made and label to help you organize your animation. You can do it this way, but I like to add things as and when I need them, so I'm just going to create a new custom document at 800 by 800. Now, if you've downloaded the software, it doesn't look too much like an animation program so far because we're currently in the default workspace for Critter. However, if you like the setup but want the animation tools, all you need to do is go to Settings, Dockers, and then hit Animation and Timeline. There is an option in Dockers for onion skin, but there is a button on the timeline panel to bring up and hide this feature here too. Another way to bring up the animation feature is to go to Window, Workspace, Animation, which is quicker, though I have to bring up the brush presets in Dockers just in case I want to change my brush while I'm working. Now, in the animation toolbar, you can see what frame you're currently on, where your animation will start and end, and your playback buttons. To change your frame rate, enter a new value here. For me, it's usually 25 frames a second. To the left of that, you have several options like add a new frame, add duplicate frame, and remove keyframe without moving anything around. On the next row, we have options called drop frame, and this means if I'm playing my animation through and my computer is lagging, it'll drop a couple of frames to make sure it keeps time with my animation. This next one is auto frame mode, which is on. If I keep it like that, it'll create a frame every time I move across the timeline and draw something. If I turn it off, I'll only be making changes to the last keyframe. Now it's pretty obvious from the icon that this is the onion skin, and tapping it will bring up this window. The onion skin shows your frames before and after the frame you're working on in different colours, which you can change here, and increase or decrease the opacity of each. It's great for doing in-betweens and keeping things consistent if you need to trace over your previous frame. You can have up to 10 frames shown before or after your current frame, but usually I'll just stick with one either side. Next up is the audio feature. It has options to open, mute, remove, and change the volume of the track. As you can see, I've got a little message up here which says audio is not supported in this build. I think I had an earlier version where it did work for me, but I updated to make this tutorial and now it doesn't work. I'm not that bothered by this because you can animate and then add audio in another program afterwards and export the two from there, but this will definitely make lip sync a lot more difficult if you want to make it in Critter. They seem to update pretty regularly, so I don't expect that this feature will stay broken for long. Now, if I animate something here just very quickly and I want to clean it up, I can add in another layer by going into the timeline here or the layers panel. But suddenly all my buffs are gone. Luckily, I haven't lost all my animation, they're just hidden, and that's because if you Bye.